对对。
多了哈。下来。Okay. In this convention room, due to our time a little bit delay, so we should start our parallel 2. This parallel we are discuss about achieving active aging through the innovative technology. I'm serve the moderator. My name is Chiu. I am now is the distinguished investigator and the director of Institute of Population Health Science at National Health Research Institute, and I was do a lot of the molecular epidemiology on oncology and cervical diseases. But now my career a little bit changed since I do a lot of job in the Taiwan Medical University. But now I moved to this institute to do a lot of research on the policy, public policy translation. So since our Taiwan will be moved into the super aged society within 4 to 6 years due to our Council of National Development expectation. So how to using the innovation technology to help our older people to have more family with the communication with the community is more and more important. And they, as you know, they're facing a lot of a problem when they get into or they involved in the community life. So today our IBHS organized this parallel we discuss through the two countries' point of view from the Japan and from the Taiwan. So I will introduce the first presenter, Dr. Sumioka. He will talk about the application of robotics in elderly care. But however, right now he did not go into the internet. But fortunately, we have his the video of his topics. So now we will on the computer to showing his video. So after the video, if you have any question, maybe we will discuss in our group discussion, maybe the end of the parable, nearly the 12 o'clock. Okay. So now we put on the video. Okay.
Hi, this is Hidenobu Sumioka from India. I'd be glad to have this opportunity to present our study. I'm very sad that I could not be able to attend this fantastic forum physically. Today, I'd like to talk about the application of robotics in elderly care, especially the use of social robots that support communication with the elderly people with dementia. Recently, various robots are used for communication with elderly people in nursing homes. I think this trend will be accelerated due to the COVID-19. This is because the COVID-19 has made it difficult for us to communicate with each other face to face. So communication now will increasingly be done by robots and video chat systems such as Zoom or what I'm using now. Now we realize video chat is convenient for some situations, but there is a lack of feeling as if the remote person is being together. We are addressing this issue by introducing the robotic technology into telecommunication. Unlike video chat system, Terabyte robot enables us to feel human presence thanks to its physical embodiment. Extreme case is Gemini, which is a copy of an existing person. This one. This is Geminoid H84, and he is Professor Ishiguro. H84 means Hiroshi Ishiguro version 4. Professor Ishiguro developed his copy to enhance his presence for remote communication. I show you this video to show how Geminoid works. Here is an operator of the Geminoid. As you can see here, Geminoid head and mouth moves according to his movement. This is the mechanism of the teleoperated robot. But do you think this robot is friendly? If Geminoid stands next to you, you definitely feel uncomfortable. Moreover, if teleoperator is a female, you also feel strange because its appearance is male but voice is female. This is because this robot has the personal trait of the specific person. How can we remove this kind of element from the robot? Instead of the Geminoid, we use the Pteranoid. Pteranoid is a minimum design of a human. You can feel the presence of its teleoperator from the Pteranoid because of its neutral characteristics, voice, and motion of the teleoperator. Thanks to the lack of visual information, we can regard Pteranoid as what we want to imagine from the audio information and the robot's movement. Some of you might really feel that this robot is still weird, but so actually this robot is very attractive for elderly people. I will show you the example. Elderly people, especially people with dementia, really like conversation with Pteranoid. This is an example in nursing home in Japan. Here is an operator of the Pteranoid. He operated Pteranoid from Osaka. She communicates with Pteranoid in Kyoto. As you can see here, the operator's head motion and lip movement were reflected in Pteranoid.
食事は美味しくいただけました。とてもいつも美味しくいただいてます。それがいいですね、やっぱりね。じゃあまだ飲んでる。はい。なんで？楽しみが少なくなっちゃう。谷口さんのとこ出たらいいけど。お風呂って武田さんだけですか？拍手をしてますので、みんな帰るし、お役所もして、骨も作ってます。
This is not a uniquely Japanese reaction. We also observed a similar interaction in European country, Denmark. I can't understand what she's thinking. But I'm sure she really enjoyed interacting with the Pteranoid.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Kunne aldrig skat, nej, hvor er det godt, hva? Hvad laver du? Piller du næs? Piller du næs?
Nej, det tror jeg ikke, jeg kan. Hvor er det meget knusligt?
Lille Bjørn. Hvad er det godt, ja. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, ja, ja.
We also found a similar response at Taiwan. This is a collaborative work with Professor Chen from the Taipei Veteran General Hospital. We observed
they have conversations face to
conversation,
face.
the face-to-face between the elderly person and her son, and a conversation through the
開講
camera.
時間啊，係咱來開講啊，開講10分鐘啊。
Next,
Now,
they talk to each
we
other
introduce
through
the Terenoid.
Terenoid.
我請問你哦，
你
你乖乖哦，這乖乖對無吼？是查某啊查某？查某啊查某？
誒，即馬變，你看咧？
我看。
我是查甫啊查某？
你哦，你當然是查某的啊。
你就快。
During the interaction, she realized that Terenoid is naked. Then now she tried to wear her scarf to the Terenoid. That means she recognized Terenoid as a kind of human boy. This is very interesting. So far, we've seen how elderly dementia sufferers react to the Terenoid. They seem very like conversation with the Terenoid. However, some of you may wonder if they don't need a robot for the conversation. They might argue that a smart speaker or video chat system would be sufficient. Is it really true? We investigated what kind of interaction partner activates our brain activity. Experiment is quite simple. We collected the healthy elderly people and asked them to listen to 3-minute story from speaker, video chat, humanoid robot, this case Terenoid, and human. During the listening to the story, we recorded brain activity using the Niels device. This is the result. This figure shows complexity of the brain activity during the user listening to a story from speaker, video chat, robot, and human. Y-axis stands for the complexity in brain activity. As you can see here, Terenoid induced more complex activity than speaker and video chat. The level of complexity is similar to the human. This means that ternite induced complex activation in our brain. We hope this kind of activation will also improve the mental health of the elderly people. Recently, we've begun a new challenge. We are removing the more elements from the ternite: face, movement, conversation, and teleoperation. By removing them, we developed Hiro-chan. Hiro-chan was developed based on the minimum design of a human infant, which means it has abstract body representation without face. We focus on the audio interaction to realize its human-like interactivity. We used a recorded voice of a real human infant. Hiro emits positive and negative voice, including the babbling. I will show you the example. Negative voice is like this one. Positive voice is laughing. Babbling is a baba mama like this one. No meaning, meaningless utterance. Its emotion change based on sensor value of the 3-axis accelerometer. It means it emits positive voice when it is moved. In addition, it is very cost effective thanks to the minimum implementation. Actually, it costs 1,400 Taiwan yen. Very cheap. We brought this robot to the nursing home, then observed the interaction between this robot and elderly people with dementia. I will show you the several examples. In her case, she was the moderate Alzheimer dementia. She continued to talk to Hiro-chan. As I already said, Hiro-chan doesn't say any meaningful things, just crying, laughing. When she realized Hiro is crying, she tried to stop its crying by moving it. Next example is the male participant. He is mild dementia. When we gave Hiro-chan to him, he realized this is not human baby but a robot. Then he said it is well designed. Although he knows that this is not human baby, he really enjoyed playing with Hiro. He lifted up and down to make Hiro laugh. Our observers, They found that many seniors with dementia accepted this robot. Even male seniors were engaged in the interaction. This means so even simple robot enough to engage a senior with dementia. We also found that negative expression should be carefully designed. Some participants froze when the robot cried, while the others enjoyed carrying that kind of robot. This means that adaptive control is required based on the participant's personality. A staff member who observed our experiment and mentioned interesting potential effects of the baby robot on caregivers. She said, "When I heard a robot laughter during my work, I felt good. That laughter might improve the atmosphere in the nursing home and reduce such serious problems as older adult abuse by caregivers, since it makes them relax." We will investigate the effect of the hero on the mental and physical stress of not only elderly people but also caregivers in future work. Okay, let me summarize my talk. I presented the communication support for elderly people with dementia through Telenoid and Hsiung. Telenoid, which is a teleoperated robot, induces positive attitude from them. Interestingly, it also makes a big difference in our brain activity compared with the other media like a smart speaker and video chat system. Hsing, which is baby-shaped cheap robot, will be another way to positively engage them. I think teleoperation and chip design are very important in post-COVID-19 world. Our lifestyle dramatically changed due to this pandemic. Our communication moves from face-to-face to face-to-media, so we have to push forward with research about teleoperated robots. Before this pandemic, we was able to share a robot with other people. However, sharing something with other people is not recommended to avoid infection. So, simple, cheap robots are also required to offer benefit to many older people. Okay, this study presented here were supported several people. I'd like to say thank you to them here. Okay, so this is last slide. If you are interested in the Telenoid and Hsing, please check these URL. And Ms. Miyazaki and Dr. Nakao will show you more interesting findings about Telenoid in the next presentation. That's all my talk. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, we will still try. After Dr. Sumioka can on the internet, we can give some question to him. Okay, so now we move to the second presenter, the Dr. Akihiro Nakao, and he is the CTO, board of director, Telenoid Healthcare Company, and he got his doctor license in Miyazaki University School of Medicine from 2000 and 2006. And today he will talk about a practical example of a person-centered care using the technology. So this John welcome the Dr. Nakao. Abi, you can. Okay, Dr. Nakao.
Hello.
We can talk. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to share my slide. But it is not permitted for the software. So please. Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm preparing my slides. Give me a minute. Yes, now I'm preparing my slide. I think it's 20 more seconds. Yes, now it's okay. Let's start. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Nakao from Taiwan Healthcare Company in Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about practical examples of person-centered care using technology. Before getting into the topic, please give me a second to introduce myself. That's right. I'm the CTO of the Taiwan Healthcare Company. Though I have a medical license, I work for this company as an engineer. We are now developing a system which put a robot called Telenoid, introduced by Dr. Sumioka, into practice for nursing care facilities. Today, I'd like to share the concept of our system and its practical examples in clinical sites. As you might know, most of the stress associated with dementia care can be attributed by BPSD, which stands for Behavioral and Psychological Symptoms of Dementia. One of the most famous methods of dealing with BPSD is the person-centered care proposed by Professor Tom Ketwood of the United Kingdom, which is well known throughout the world. In Japan as well, students studying nursing care are interested in learning about and practicing person-centered care. Generally, sufficient on-the-job training and years of experience are required to acquire skills in interpersonal support, but students cannot acquire skills and know-how which requires long-term field training while in school. Many students enter the workforce with only basic knowledge. In addition, there are many nursing homes that aim to be facilities with practical person-centered care. But there are very few facilities that provide complete person-centered care. Due to the rapid increase in the number of elderly people with dementia, the number of care workers who practice person-centered care is relatively small. Thus, the quality of care is declining. BPSD, caused by core symptoms, is complex, individual, and difficult to control. We need a perspective that addresses two issues simultaneously. supporting mental health care with technology and human resource development. We need to move away from the old model by using technology to build systems and implement a new model that makes it easier for everyone to become a person-centered care practitioner. Our team is led by our CEO, Utako Miyazaki, who has designed a unique curriculum and conceptual design for the use of technology. She had cared for her own grandmother in her own home for a period of 15 years. She had begun involved in dementia care, cerebral hemorrhage care, and end-of-life care at home, both as a patient family member and as a care provider. Miyazaki does not view communication as a recreational activity, but rather as an opportunity for observation to learn about the individual's personality. She believes that it is important to continue the process of analyzing the information collected and repeatedly feeding it back into eating, living, hygiene, and other care. However, this model is actually not familiar to nursing staff. This is because there is a widespread traditional view that a good attitude of caregivers is to let people, no matter how agitated they are, solve their problems by being gentle and approachable. So we can try to use technology to implement it socially in the care setting. We focus on the control of human presence. This is because we believe that the existence of people is a significant factor in influencing BPSD. For example, let's say there is an 80-year-old man with congenital symptoms who thinks he's 40-year-old. He would feel that there are only elderly men and elderly ladies here, and he'll think that he's the only man who is 40 years old, which makes him lonely. Furthermore, he may feel imprisoned in the kind of environment, and out of fear, he may become angry and try desperately to escape. If that's the case, to help him settle in and live his life, he needs to have peers or children. It is also important that he can actually talk with someone. So far, we have used the Telenoid as a dedicated voice transmission device. As Dr. Sumioka presented earlier, this is because Telenoids have the unique feature of being able to project the image of the person they want to see. Please watch the video of its practical use in actual nursing home. You mean? This nursing home has implemented our telenoid-based personnel training program. We conduct individual interviews using telenoids as a practice assignment. This is done in individual, small group, and group formats in daily life. Here are a few examples of interviews. Yuki Yamaguchi has been working in care services and care planning for 9 years. There are 9 people with dementia living in the facility. What she had been struggling with: number 1, if she listens in a state of excitement, it will have the opposite effect. Second, the only way to do anything is to leave them alone and wait for them to calm down. There is a question that if neglecting is an appropriate attitude for a caregiver or not. Interview after using telenoid. The person who was in a state of excitement began to talk about his feelings little by little. They expressed in words, facial expressions, and actions about the background of their uncomfortable feelings such as hunger, constipation, and insomnia. The strong restlessness that lasted more than an hour was resolved just in 10 minutes. It's like magic to see the mood improve. I got the impression that the telenoid's sympathetic role gave them a sense of relief. She also has this experience in one of her interviews. One of her care receivers' favorite telenoids spoke to him, but she didn't smile and became grumpy. I felt that it was difficult, even for the telenoid. But through this interview, she realized the following. These tasks like folding laundry are something she can do, but it's something she doesn't really want to do. Maybe she can't understand it in a long sentence. It's possible that they are losing their ability to understand the language. This was highly rated by the facility's educators as an indication of improved observational and analytical skills. The continued use of telenoid at her facility has had a positive impact on her overall daily care. First, she used to cuddle with her care receivers after they became agitated, but she began to take steps before they became agitated. She started sharing minor changes with her team that she hadn't focused on before. Her team became more active in coming up with, implementing, and reporting new care. Staff's mental stress was decreased because they now have a sense of accomplished approach and confidence and joy in the results. Now to summarize them all, advantages of telenoids are: it can stimulate one's love for a human being. It can communicate with agitated people. It can open the client's mind. Disadvantages of telenoids are: the operation person needs technical skills and conversation skills. The robot needs an operating person. And about 10% of people don't like telenoid. Now our team developed and piloted dementia care materials and recording methods based on the survey results. Based on the results of that approach, we developed a conversation support application, Chatterbox. This is an application for caregivers to take notes on a person's personality, which not only creates conversation starters, but also allows for information sharing among staff. By using Talenoid, we aim to achieve satisfactory results even when the caregiver's observation skills are on an average level. Communication skills grow by repeatedly experiencing small successes. We want to create a society where every nursing home has an expert in talking to people with dementia. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you, Dr. Nakao. Okay, we have a panel discussion, so if you have a question, maybe you can raise in that section. Now, the third presenter, Dr. Hsiung Chao. Dr. Hsiung Chao now is a distinguished investigator and also the former director of the Institute of Population Health Science and at National Health Research Institute. And she was very famous in the many aspects in the public health translation field. And in the past decade, Dr. Hsiung has made a contribution on several areas, like the non-smoking female lung cancer and hypertension and insulin-resistant genetic epidemiological study, and also the health aging longitudinal study in Taiwan, we call the HAST, and also the bioinformatics and contributing to the health policy in Taiwan. So let's give a big hand to Dr. Hsiung for his topic about, today he will talk about our Taiwan's long-term care impact system in Taiwan, smart long-term care. So let's welcome Dr. Hsiung.
Thank you very much. And Guwen, and first I'd like to thank Dr. Yu Shangru. Is he here? Yeah. Because he helped me to organize this session, to invite the Japanese speakers, and I hope you enjoy those two talks. And my talk is about the smart long-term care system in Taiwan. And as we just know that we heard from President Tsai and Vice President Chen, Taiwan is a rapid aging society. In the 2025 is already reached the super aged society. And even I think most astonishing to know is that the rapid the speed is astonishing, because from the aged society 14% to super aged society 20% only took us 7 years, almost the rapidest in the world. And according to the WHO World Report on Aging and Health, then we know that this blue line is the optimal trajectory, and the red line is the declining strategy. But in most cases, we have the interrupted by event cause a decrease in the capacity with some recovery. Hopefully, we can lift the curve to the optimal stage. But worst and worst, it's decline even faster than the ordinary decline. And also, we like to design the health system to encourage the healthy aging. So the goal is to optimize the trajectories of intrinsic capacity. First, for the individual level, interventions adapted to the individual and their level of capacity, and also integrate the all person-centered. We all heard about that this morning. Person-centered integrated care. And of course, we need to have all the systems aligned. So I'd like to just review some of the Taiwan government long-term care policy. It's a community-based integrated healthcare system, and the goal is aging in place. And as we know that in the long-term care 1.0, the service items is 8 items, but now we have 17 items. And important addings like the dementia care service, remote area long-term care, community-based integrated care, ABC multi-tiers, and also the preventive care. And very importantly, it's connected to the medicine part. For example, the discharge from hospital seamlessly connected to the long-term care, and also the home care, home medicine, and home hospice. So our long-term care really from the prevention to hospice, and it's very comprehensive. And this our long-term care 2.0 plan is one point is about the community-based infrastructure. And in the past, it's fragmented and no connection. And now it's a multi-tier system connected through the ABC. And in the past 3-4 years, we can see that no matter it's a care service, professional service, transportation, safety, environment, and assisted technology, and all the services increases a lot. I mean, the growth rate is very big. And however, we still have some challenges, like we are lack of the long-term care labor force, and the service quality. This morning we talk about, we heard about the inequality. So the service quality inequality among the different providers, and also for all levels, we have the administrative burden. And so therefore, the purpose of our study is try to apply smart or intelligent technology to all sections of long-term care. First, we like to have a better integration, need cross-profession real-time information transfer, and we like to have to achieve the time course continuous care, and need a design system workflow work management, and to minimize the administration and burden, and to have mobile information sharing for home visits, and to have the labor force and the resource efficient sharing in remote area. And so the AHRI, together with some collaborators, like the next speaker, Dr. Fong-Chin, he will also talk about some of the smart assisted technology. And we try to incorporate the ICT into the long-term care services and build the comprehensive care delivery information platform. And these are the whole system. And this is a comprehensive multi-tier long-term care delivery information platform. And the first thing is about the long-term care management system for both disabled and for dementia. So we provide the demand supply analysis, and also have the service quality evaluation. And later on, I will describe it in more detail. And the second part is about all the resource connections through this coordination unit A, and also daycare center like service providers such as daycare centers, home services, even the long-term care institution. And the third part is about to link the home medicine care. We have set up the platform for them and also the app for them. And so thank for Dr. Yuan-Han Ru. He helped us to develop this system. And also for the healthy or sub-healthy people, this healthy aging is the goal. So we try to empower, we have the Empower Cloud for the prevention. And so in other words, this system is designed as the person-centered integrated cloud system, and try to have the resources integration and cross-professions interaction platform. So let me first mention this ABC integrated information system. And we try to have this ICT introduced into all the data management system in every level, and then have the labor saving. And this is a person-centered resource sharing healthcare framework. So in other words, through the Community Integration Service Center, we try to integrate all the ABC in the whole system. And let me talk about this, we call it the Happy Series, 幸福系列. This is the long-term care resource cloud, and we provide to the A coordinator. So in other words, there's a resource map to give us the distribution map for both cases and the resources, and then you can match them. And also we have the efficient service path planning so that you can have more efficient work connection, work design. And also the cross-profession integrated care. So no matter it's about the case transfer service records or the discussion of the case status on the common pages among the different professions. And also this connection platform connect the A and all the service providers like home service and daycare service and so on. And we also provide the line bot services to the family members who can check status for the case services. And this is about the 居服系统, long-term care home service system, and for the B service providers. So we provide the smart app to provide the mobile services. And again, this is person-centered, and we have the care management and efficient administration management, such as the work scheduling and also the quality control data analysis and performance tables for government evaluation, and which can connect to A, and both supervisor and the care service worker and the care manager can have this system on the same page. And this is the 日照, 幸福日照, daycare service system. Again, we have this dashboard. You can see very clearly the situation, all the cases. And even for the institution, we also provide this institution care system. And we have the long-term care big data through this chain institutes. And so therefore, we can have the AI applications like the analysis of complete case records and the warning of the risks, and the care plan design based on the care records, and combination of the institution administration records and the case performance records, so that we can design a better value-based care management. And we have also have the customized functions for different types of institution. And what about the resource portal of assistive technology for the ordinary people? And this is a platform for integration, the professional knowledge, subsidizes and services of assistive technology devices. And so we have this 长照辅具网 we have for the you can easily find the suitable AT, and they also help you to calculate with the limited money what you can get. And we also provide the safety environment planning for you, and we have the line bot to know all the related knowledge. And then we have this shopping carts to fit your needs. And then let's come to the home healthcare platform. And we provide the mobile home visits app for integrating the personal health information to facilitate the communication among the different professions and improve the care efficiency. And as we know that in the home care, I think Dr. Yu, he's here, he knows much better than I do. And in an ideal situation, we have an interprofessional team, like a physician, nurses, dentist, pharmacist, dietitian, physical therapist, the care manager, and so on. And they all work together to decide on a care plan for the elderly. And then we also do the comprehensive evaluation and the coordination of services. So therefore, we together with 在宅医疗学会, we designed this healthcare home care healthcare platform, and which can provide the different organization and the professionals to jointly maintain the medical care co-written for the elderly, and provide a two-way calendar function between professionals and the patients to effectively arrange the visit schedules, and also reduce the processing time by features such as the scheduling, traffic consideration, and the resource maps, and support offline process, especially in the remote area. If you cannot do it online, you can still do it offline, and then resolve the problems. And so all this, I think, already in place, can be used in the field. And one thing which is important is about the integration of the MCI patients and the dementia patients. And in our local government, we have this dementia care center. We also have the pre-dementia service station for the like MCI patients. But however, these two nowadays cannot be integrated very well through the information system. So we helped some of the 地方政府 local governments to design this person-centered integrated care system, including the dementia and MCI high-risk cases. And we integrate the various sources to identify the dementia cases, and also facilitate the care station to manage high-risk cases. Link the pre-dementia station and the dementia care center, form a continuous case management for the dementia and MCI patients. So through this way, the dementia long-term care service would increase the coverage. So therefore, in the local government, they have a several good programs. However, mostly they are not linked very well together. So now we try to use an integrated system. It's a person-centered integrated care system. And we can, no matter it's disabled dementia or preventive cases or discharge from hospitals, and all this can be managed in the same integrated system. And the final thing is, one of the final thing is about how to do the healthy aging for the program for the healthy and the sub-healthy people. And so here we have this smart mobile health IoT, and this is a IoT health management cloud system. And we use the smart devices such as wearable devices and the portable medical sensors and we can have their record many of their vital signs, including heart rate variability and so on, and also their sleep patterns, their exercise patterns, and then all this transferred to the cloud platform, and then the 后台就是platform can analyze all the data and do the analysis through the AI technology and give their precision health management. And this morning, Dr. Chen Jianren, he mentioned that this precision health is in the near future is the very important direction in the prevention part. We give them personalized exercise prescription, diet, nutrition suggestions, and sleep management. And so further applications for our system is the platform will establish the person-centered long-term care health service database with data standardization for assessment. And big data applications can have like a performance evaluation and a decision support system, consequently promoting this AI in long-term care industry. And we all know that in the medical part, which can support the physicians in the diagnosing patients and choosing the treatment plans. And similarly, in the long-term care expert system, which can support this long-term care providers in identifying cases and also designing appropriate long-term care plans. And I think due to the time, I will skip this one. In other words, no matter it's stable or decreasing capacity or lose their capacity, we all, through this health services and long-term care and also environments, try to upgrade their health situation. And then finally, I will mention that we should not only focus on the technology, but we also need to incorporate the culture into the long-term care system. So here we collaborated with Yuan-Han医师 through the 在宅医疗学会 to design the home doctor and home service worker to work together across the home medicine and the long-term care to work together to take care of the elderly. And also to incorporate the culture into the aging in place. So like a long-term care with farming, like a long-term care with chicken raising. These are implemented in the remote areas. So we think that the evidence-based long-term care should also balance with narrative-based medicine. Each patient and subject, they have their own living story of personal lives. You just saw the 前面的那个 talk using the robot to talk about their stories, and plus the community stories. And so in a visit to Japan, we visited some clinic. It's called 物语诊所. It's a clinics with stories of elderly. It combined the community-based story and also the elderly personal stories. So it's narrative-based and it's totally integrated care. I think it's about the culture, but also plus the technology also important. So this is the conclusion. And so we have established this comprehensive cloud-based information system designed for the community-based integrated care system, expected to provide innovative models to improve the efficiency of care services and the administration process. And very important that we try to propose this long-term care incorporating both technology and the culture. So the final goal, of course, is to realize the aging in place, emphasized in the long-term care 2.0 in Taiwan. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Dr. Hsiung. And now our last but not least, the presenter is Dr. Fong-Chin. Dr. Fong-Chin, he now is the Executive Vice President and the Distinguished Professor of Biomedical Engineering at the National Cheng-Kung University. He also immediately past Deputy Minister of Science and Technology. And Dr. Su received several honors and rewards, including the Life Achievement Award and Taiwan Society of Biomechanics in 2018, and the National Industry Innovation Award in 2017, and also the AIMB Fellow, the top 2% of medical and biological engineering community in 2016. So let's give a big hand to welcome Dr. Su. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a kind introduction. Actually, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce our recently technology innovation in our team, for active and healthy aging. And I think we know that we are entering a global aging era. So especially, I think in Taiwan, we enter a super aged society in 2025. So especially right now, I think the most home care rely on care from foreign workers. And I think everybody knows that we are facing that grand challenges due to, for aging society. So we have huge demands, for assistant technology development. And so today, I think we are focused on introduce the important technology innovation, especially through regular and effective exercise, from hospital to community, to home exercise. And so how to use innovative technology, for promotion health, for the aging people and disabled people is become important issue. And our laboratory for our team actually focus on human-centered treatment for health technology development, especially for geriatric diseases. We know that several common problems, including fatty, sarcopenia, dementia, stroke, and also several chronic diseases. So actually, our team try to develop evidence-based technology, based on individual demand. So later, so actually, it's very important, to develop technology, from the aspect of clinical services and user-oriented aspect. So we know that, including Japan, I think every country, try to develop technology, for aging in place, especially at home. So how to integrate technology for integrate healthcare, from medical center to community and at home become a very important trend. And today I would like to introduce several innovative technology actually developed in our laboratory and by our team members. Especially, from this slide, that integrated care, I think, become important issue. So actually, my team developed different exercise for healthcare promotion modules, for each different specific target. For example, we developed technology for sarcopenia, and also the other, for example, the other system, so-called life cell cognitive training system for dementia patient. And also for stroke, we have a so-called AIoT-based feedback assistive training ergometers, and also so-called AI stroke assistance systems. today I would like to later I will show you two examples. One actually is for frailty purpose, for frailty patient, and the other one actually for stroke patients. And probably we can see that the video, how we developed technology, so-called intelligent health promotion system, AI-FACE. Actually, that for frailty elderly. Free test in NCKU hospital. So actually, this device, this system can be used for acute state, and later when the patient released from the hospital to back to home, they can continue to exercise, and all data will be monitored and recorded from our call center in the hospital. Actually, that one example, the lady actually 91 years old, and actually she first stay at home, so she tried to live independently. So actually, she is eager and highly motivation for exercise. And actually, we also this one used in daycare center and in suburban areas, so-called like Chaur-Jong. So actually, this one is so-called AFS, module for. Let's see. We have the other one actually for AI stroke assistance system. This one actually specially designed for the stroke patient, and it can be to be used for the promotion of healthcare for the stroke patient, even they back to, from released from the hospital back to the home. actually that the stroke patient, can scan the QR code and then get a specific prescription for the rehabilitation at home. Okay, and actually that two examples, of our developed technologies, for different purpose, based on, special demand for different patients. And right now, actually, our technology, ongoing for the field test. So far, you can see that the map actually show that in Thailand city and some one city, I think close to the Kaohsiung. Actually, we have about 6, field tests. So, including try to provide a field test, to integrate healthcare from a medical center to community and to and at home. So actually, give you some example how to integrate so-called develop health integrate technology, for comprehensive and human-centered health care system. And so actually, it's very important, to provide more advanced health care platform, by ICT, even AI, technology, and more importantly, evidence-based innovation actually is play crucial role, So actually, our team member consists of different background, and everything actually approached from evidence-based and with so-called evidence validation. And we know that intelligent healthcare technology become important trend. So we're supposed to integrate the manpower from the academia, private and government resources, for active assistive technology development. And I think we have one more, some time I can show you the other example. Let me see. Probably I have the other slide. Let me check it. Oh, no? Okay, if not, yeah, I think I have only 14 slides here. I think that's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Su's excellent speech. Okay, I hope to have you have your lunch on time. So we least only 5 minutes to raise the question. So maybe I can allow 1 or 2 questions, especially for our Japanese friend, because in Taiwan you can communicate during the lunch time. So any question to our Japanese speaker? Okay, Dr. Su.
I have a question, for Dr. Nakao. Actually, I think your system is interesting and amazing. and you form one so-called startup company, and actually reimbursement, I mean, business model play important role, for success of your company. So, do you have any idea? Can you share your policy or strategy, in business model, especially the reimbursement of your smart robot?
Is this a question for me, right?
Yeah, for you, Nakao.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you for the question. The strategy, and I don't have the correct strategy, but yes, with the for the most very important part. Usually trying to, for example, reducing the working time or reducing stress of member or like that. But for me, the most important part is only for patients or only for clients. What's the benefit of them? It's the most important part for my business making. The question?
Okay, Dr. Hsiung.
Yeah, I think I have a question for both Dr. Sumioka and Nakao. And the question is that I also very impressed by your design of the robot, and although the image is very simple, but however we can I think each person can decorate this robot by itself, by himself.
Yes.
I think that was also the idea. But my question is that because you try to have the better interactions between the elderly and the robot, and I'm wondering that because I think the Sumioka, you showed us that it's even in the different cultures, like in the Western part, the lady, she's laughed so happily, okay? And then also in Japan, also in Taiwan, looks like it's in the different cultures still have a very good effect. But I'm wondering that when you design this robot, I suppose you use a lot of natural language processing and also so how do you incorporate the cultural in specific nature into this robot? You understand my question?
Yeah, so
it looks like it works for different culture of the elderly, but when you design this robot, I suppose you incorporate some domain knowledge about the cultures, but how do you do it?
okay, so I invite this Dr. Sumiko. You respond first, and then Nakao. Okay.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, design of the Chanoid and Chih-Cheng is we try to design the Chanoid and Chih-Cheng as naturally as possible, as neutral as possible. In that sense, and that kind of design policy is acceptable for many people in the world. That's why people in the world really like interacting with Chanoid, maybe, and Chih-Cheng. Yes. What do you want to know? Sorry.
Technology, I know the effect is very good, it looks like, okay. But I just want to try to know the more technology-wise. Do you use a lot of natural language processing in the technology?
No, currently we don't use any natural language processing. Yeah, because as you know, natural language processing is quite difficult in the current state of the technology. So instead of that, so we try to figure out minimum design to enhance the interacting between the robot and elderly people at current technology. That's why we use the recorded infant voice in the Hidenobu. Baby voice is quite acceptable for the many people in the world, attractive for the many people.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Nakao, do you want to respond?
No, almost same idea with Dr. Sumioka, so.
Okay, thank you. Due to the time's constraint, I think we need to close this parallel. And I will thank our four presenters for your excellent speech. And we have two different levels. One is person, individuals contact, and the other in Taiwan side, we are the whole system. So I will thank for your sharing and your experience, and for all the join the participants in this conference room. Thank you. And now this time is your lunch is in the outside on your left, and you need to show your QR code. And this place can be used as a lunch place. Okay, you can bring your lunch here. Okay, thank you, and thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
お疲れ様でした。
请红色袋子的讲者、主持人跟贵宾到那个对面的 B1 去用餐，然后会有国健署的同仁做引导，这样子，谢谢。
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Good afternoon. Yeah. Welcome to this section. This is Dr. Chih-Cheng from National Health Research Institute, Taiwan. And this section, the topic of this section is achieving active aging through innovative technology. We are majorly focusing on the community-based long-term care, especially for the dementia care. And for this section, we have 5 excellent speakers to present their very innovative research results. Let's welcome the first speaker, Dr. Leon Fricker. He is a professor of geriatric medicine, University of Western Australia. He is also a director of Western Australian Centre for Health and Aging Consultant Geriatrician, Royal Perth Hospital. His research activities have focused on the major health issue of older people. He has explored a large number of factors associated with the general health of older people, falls, depression, and cognitive impairment. He has performed and report numerous studies about the frailty and the successful aging. Today, he wants to present the age-friendly services in Australia. Let's give a big hand for the Dr. Fricker.
And thank you for that very generous introduction. And can I just say that I am learning a lot by attending this conference. This is an excellent international conference. So our problem is a good one in that it is being driven by the fact that life expectancy is increasing worldwide. And as you can see from data from recently from the Lancet, you can see that there's a progressive increase expected in life expectancy for the rest of this century, with ultimately yielding a lifespan for women of about 82 years and for men of about 80 years. This is going to create the inverted pyramid. So if you can see, we currently have a pyramid of age structure worldwide, where the majority of the people are relatively young and relatively few people are older. But if we continue to do what we are currently doing worldwide pre-COVID, then we will end up with this inverted pyramid. This is the blue line, which will be 2100. Of course, as you know, in Taiwan, people will be older than this pyramid, but this is the world pyramid. In Australia, we probably won't be as old as the world population by the year 2100. And the reason is that we continue to have younger people in our population, largely due to pressures of immigration. So Australia continues to take people in from the rest of the world, and this means that those people subsequently have children because they come in at a relatively young age. So we continue to have younger people. We will have an aging of the population, but it won't be as bad as much of the rest of the world, or as good as the rest of the world, depending on how you think about it. So we won't have as many older people. Nevertheless, we are currently in a booming period of aging, and this is probably the most dramatic part of our aging journey in our next 10 to 20 years. And it's been driven largely by the population over the age of 85. So our population over the age of 65 is increasing reasonably dramatically, but our population over the age of 85 years of age is the most dramatic. And this is increasing by approximately 50% every 10 years. So the question always is, what is the problem with these older people? How do we manage it? And is there a problem with this? And the most important problem that we have with an increasing number of older people is not when they are well, but when they become frail. And frailty has been a concept that we have only really determined in the last 10 years. And this is the idea that as people age, that they lose the redundancy in multiple physiological systems. And this is coupled with multiple diseases producing syndromes that are very common. And the common syndromes associated with frailty include dementia, delirium, falls, depression, incontinence, sarcopenia. These syndromes become more and more commonplace as people age. This results in the accumulation of multiple insults over time means that we have a multi-organ problem. Single organs and single systems will not, addressing the problems associated with single systems and single organs will not address the common problems of older people. The other thing is that normally medications and investigations that will do good for people at younger ages may cause harm in older people. And this loss of reserve may mean that medications will cause more problems than they solve. And this is called iatrogenic complications. And one of the other major problems worldwide, and we've already been listening to that in this conference, is that the deficit accumulation is not just confined to physical insults. Our life course events produce susceptibility to illness, but also psychosocial complications, which must be addressed by psychosocial interventions. So the combination of all this requires a life course and a holistic approach to solving the problems of older people. Because of this, the World Health Organization has suggested a couple of frameworks which might be useful in addressing the problems of older people. They firstly have this idea of the integrated care for older people, and another concept of healthy aging, which is based on the idea of intrinsic capacity interacting with the environment to cause or impair healthy aging. There are several different aspects of intrinsic capacity. It's suggested that vitality, locomotor capacity, cognitive capacity, hearing capacity, visual capacity are important elements in the promotion of healthy aging. The other approach, specifically for the integrated care for older people, is this idea of intervening at different time points within the deterioration of an older person. So normally, early on in the person's career to frailty, there's high and stable capacity, and there the activities for young and older people is the idea of prevention. And we're talking about promoting capacity enhancing behaviours such as physical activity. As the capacity declines, we have to specifically address some of the issues associated, and we reverse or slow declines in capacity. And as the capacity deteriorates, there's a concept of long-term care, support capacity behaviours, and eventually ensuring a dignified late life. So we have this idea that at different stages of the frailty trajectory, there are different approaches that are available on both a population and on an individual basis. This is a paper that I was involved with recently, and it's the idea that when we're talking about geriatric conditions and the management of geriatric conditions, what we're talking about is really precision medicine. We are directing our interventions and our attention to the individual in a very precise way. So early on, it may just be lifestyle advice and primary prevention. As people go through the frailty trajectories, we have targeted populations which require detection of problems and amelioration. Common things again, frailty, sarcopenia, falls, and cognitive impairment. As people worsen or further go down the trajectory, we need specific and robust interventions which can address the individual's problems. And they may be all sorts of issues, social interactions as well as cognitive training, specific medical interventions, and often multi-domain interventions. One of the important parts of this is, of course, tertiary prevention. The idea that we're minimizing the deterioration in quality of life for older people. These are sort of the people that may be involved in the individual. There would be doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, social workers. And as we are learning in this conference, often this is the IT systems that we really require to help integrate and intervene for older people. Now, to deal with the Australian, I've interpreted the talk today to be talking about the age-specific problem, age-specific interventions and healthcare system. And this was, this paper was written for a Korean audience, and this is the Australian aged care system viewed from a Korean lens. I might add that this is probably the best description I've seen of the aged care system in Australia from anybody. It's very succinct. So this, if you're going to have to look at one document, I'd recommend this one. And Dr. Kim from Korea went through the Australian aged care system and described exactly the amounts and the bits of the interventions and the services. So we too have hospital systems and hospital geriatric services, but we also have this thing called the aged care assessment team, and we have a large non-hospital aged care system, which is both residential care but also community care. And this community care has a number of service streams that support older people at home. The hospital-based systems are often integrated with the idea of subacute care, which is the idea of geriatric evaluation and rehabilitation, and also outpatient rehabilitation. So there are several segments to this. Perhaps the best developed part in the Australian system is the subacute system, which has four main streams: rehabilitation, geriatric evaluation and management, palliative care, and psychogeriatric care. And the subacute care largely occurs in both inpatient and outpatient types. This subacute care is predominantly used by older people. In my own state of Western Australia, these are the ages of the people who are using subacute care. You can see that the median age of use of the subacute care is about 85 years of age, and that the majority of the cases are with geriatric evaluation and management, to a lesser extent some of the other programs. The outpatient geriatric evaluation and management is largely to do with geriatric medical clinics, falls clinics, memory clinics, continence clinics, and often other specific types such as Parkinson's, stroke, and osteoporosis. We have a long-standing universal system of residential care in Australia which has universal access. So anybody, no matter what their means, can access residential care, which is largely funded by the federal government. There has been several problems in the development of these services, and currently we're in some more problems which I'll deal with in just a moment. So what are the problems with this system? We seem to have a well-developed programs over multiple parts of the system. So the major problems we're having at this moment is that there are two funders. There are both the state governments and the federal government who are funding parts of the system, and there is attempts to move the costs of the system because of the increasing costs to each other, which has resulted in disorganisation and poorly connected services. So this is what's eventually driving it. This is the idea that aged care, age-related pensions, aged care and health systems will be put under fiscal pressure over the next 20 years. So we'll have increasing costs, which eventually will decrease the amount of money that the government has for other things. This has resulted for state governments trying to decrease the number of subacute services so that subacute care is now no longer keeping up with the number of older people. These are data from my own state suggesting that the separations are decreasing for geriatric evaluation and management and psychogeriatrics, despite the fact that the number of older people is increasing. We're having major troubles with the quality of care in residential care. These are some of the headlines that have been associated in the Australian media. There have been issues of maggots in wounds, facilities being pushed to dumping sick patients into hospitals, reports of maladministration and difficult nursing outcomes. And this is probably what's underlying the major issues in our system. The problem that there are a relatively large number of residential care beds, and this is the entire number of acute medical beds for all adults in Western Australia, and these are the residential care beds. But the residential care beds, each person on average is in a residential care bed for 3 years, whereas each person in an acute bed would probably be there for 4 days. So we have a problem with trying to move people through the system into this long-term care system, which doesn't seem sometimes to have enough beds. So what are the solutions? And the solutions are greater coordination. And one of the things I'm learning from this conference, and several times that I have been to Taiwan and parts of Asia, is that the greater coordination should probably be an information technology coordination. One of the real things, the real opportunities we have is to use modern information technology to help drive this coordination. Unfortunately, in Australia, we haven't done so. But what we need is greater coordination between the subacute care system, the acute care system, and the residential care system. And we need also greater coordination between the ambulatory care system, which has the rehabilitation and the specialist clinics. The principle is that there are many different services, but there should only be one case manager. And whether that case manager is a human being or is a IT system is questionable. And it's obvious that the future will be in largely managing people in an ambulatory care and outpatient system. We have been trying to do that in different parts of Australia. This is an example from Victoria, where we're trying to centralise the access for the services so that you can go for either complex care, chronic care, complex psychosocial work, so that we have specific models of organ care, such as respiratory or cardiac rehabilitation, or alternatively, we have general geriatric and acute aged care systems. Another way of looking at this is working out what is the intensity of services required. That most people are in these lower levels where they do not require intensive services, but there are a few people who require more intensive services, which perhaps 24-hour advice, specialist care, self-management programs, and finally there's people right at the top who require intensive, multidisciplinary care, which includes both tertiary and secondary prevention. We're about to receive, for the problems in residential care, we're about to receive a report. But this is also to remind me that COVID-19 has really strained our system. and we are struggling to deal with some of the effects, even though we have had relatively little infections in the Australian system. Once again, we are still struggling to organise all our services together. We're having both primary care, acute hospitals, regional geriatric services, and the long-term care system, which is both residential and outpatient in type. We have had numerous reviews of our system, and it has always recommended very similar things, that the continuum of health service across the various levels of care should be integrated, and we need to redesign our health system to meet the emerging challenges of older people. So right now we're being reviewed yet again, and our residential care system will be modernised, hopefully with increased training and expertise. We'll have to once again somehow subcontract and work out who is responsible for funding which part of the system, and make it very clear whose responsibilities they are. But technology is probably our best opportunity to continue to maintain older people at home as a more efficient and popular choice for older people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Freaker, for your excellent talk. Because we still have 5 minutes left. Do you have any questions from the audience? Yeah, yes, please.
Dr. Freaker, I have a question about residential care. Most of the elderly wanted to stay at home in the community instead of go to the institution. So can you tell us about the system in Australia? Like, does Australia government prefer pay more to the residential care instead of build community resources to help elderly to remain in the community?
That's an excellent question, and is actually very topical right now in Australia. So we run residential care at roughly 70 beds per 1,000 over the age of 70 years, and we have high intensity home care packages which support older people in their own home at approximately 40 per 1,000 over the age of 70. And what we found over the last 10 years is that we have empty spaces in residential care. In nursing home, we have empty spaces, and we have a 12-month waiting time for people to have home care packages. And the home care packages, on average, cost about half as much as for people in residential care. So we have enormous problems in the mix of services now. The good part is that all of that is Commonwealth subsidised, so we have universal access to the system. But the bad part is that we have long waiting times for home care, and we have people not wanting to go into residential care in the same numbers as previously. That may be partly driven by the fact that the ratios are based on the number of people over the age of 70, and we, like most places in the world, have found that older people, particularly the younger older people, are not as sick as they used to be. They're not as frail as they used to be. So the age-specific incidence of disability is decreasing, but the total numbers are increasing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. And if you have further questions for the Freaker, please save it, keep it in your heart until the end of the section, because we have 15 to 20 minutes after the whole section finished. So I want to introduce the second speaker, Dr. Katsuya Iijima from Japan. He is the director of the Institute of Gerontology, the University of Tokyo. He is also the professor of Institute of Future Initiative, the University of Tokyo. He is currently the coordinator of many projects in regard with the prevention of sarcopenia-related frailty. His projects include large-scale longitudinal cohort study and the development of community activity system regarding elderly citizen promoting simple frailty check. He is familiar with multi-faceted research approaches from the basic scientific research via clinical research to field action research. So, Dr. Iijima want to present a topic entitled "The Innovation to Promote Community-Based Integrated Care System for Older People." Please, let's give Dr. Iijima a big hand.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. My name is Katsuya Iijima from the University of Tokyo. So first of all, it is my great honor to join this wonderful international symposium. So today, I will talk about the innovation to promote community-based care for older people. So as you already know, globally, population in the Asian countries are rapidly aging, and life expectancy is also rising. Japan has entered the era of the super-aged society on unprecedented scale. Okay. So we have already been promoting our concept community-based integrated care system until now. However, yes, some issues still remain. How should we achieve, and also how can we achieve living the life in care and healthy longevity and meaning in life? So this one shows the changes of the population composition to the features. So as you can see in the left panel, regarding the older age is 75. You can see the huge increase of older elderly, and after 2040. Last year, the increasing tendency will go to triple pattern. And then, in comparison with between the age 20 to 39 and age 40 to 64 and age 65 and older. So you can see first, the decline in birth rate here, and the shrinking of working generation here, and at the peak of around 2025, so they'll be declining. And then, I'm sorry. Sorry. So here, we have thought about what is needed for the suitable medical care in this super-aged society. For this reason, need growing not for medical cure only, but for medical care. But for medical care with supporting patients' life itself. So we also in Japan, the national long-term care insurance system was launched in 2000. And then Japan has launched the other concept, so community-based integrated care system. So this system is constructed as a multi-factorial component throughout. So at first, living and comfortable housing space where the patient and their family are living has to be allocated. And then the multiple functions such as medical services and so nursing care and so living support and quality prevention. So these multiple functions should be provided in each community. And then, here, so I can show you some key points. So first one is approach comprehensively. And then second one is collaborating with all medical and care staff. So those entire professional working ITW. And then second one is complete any services in each local area. If possible, so this system provides necessary services within 30 minutes walking distance. Okay, so this community-based integrated care system. So this concepted image is likely to pop in Japan. So I can explain the meaning very simply. So first, this tray tray means choice by patient and attitude of patient and family. The second one, flower pot here. Flower pot means housing and daily living as a basic fundamental factor. And the third one, so earth and soil. This means quality prevention and daily life support. And final one is the plan. You can see the three leaf. So this plan means medical practice and nursing care, rehabilitation, and welfare, and so on. You know, so very important factor is these factors have to be established as a planetary structure, and it is necessary to function more integrally. And then this slide shows the increase in number of persons who are eligible for long-term care insurance and users. So we compared some factors between 2000 and 2015. The first one is insured persons aged 65 and older. So this factor increased 1.5 times. And second factor, persons with care needs and support needs sufficient increased 2.8 times. And the third one is the service users. So service users totally increased 3.4 times. And this one shows future needs in our medical care system for the 2025. So future demand for home medical care is expected to rise significantly. So by estimate, So we have to secure the bed more 300,000 people in 2025. So in Japan, so we have to promote the cultural differentiation of hospital bed type. The second one is the collaboration and there is a community medical plan. And third one is interdisciplinary collaboration with prefectures, municipalities, local municipalities, and organizations and medical providers in fact. And then, so in addition, so Japan, so national government and actually several professional providers is promoting to intensify 4 factors below. So first one is home medical care by medical doctor, family doctor. And second one is home visit nursing function. And intensify the interprofessional working IPW and interprofessional education, so-called IPE. And final one is a stronger cooperation between medical care and long-term care. Okay, so this slide shows the interprofessional working, so-called IPW. So here, I have a question. So what is a physician, medical physician's role in this IPW? So you can see in the left panel, so this panel shows the past old pattern, and the right panel shows the latest pattern needed. So at first, so in the past pattern, so you can see each specialist here, each professional staff have examined a patient independently. And so the latest pattern needed. So the interdisciplinary team approach is recommended strongly. So then, medical doctors as a central role, and even relationship and strong tie with other medical staff, and judgment and occasion and family responsibility. Okay, so this slide shows Japanese Medical Association, so-called JMA, Japanese Medical Association, started in 2016. So in Japanese, Kakarisuke physicians. This Kakarisuke physicians means family doctors. So faculty training program. They launched this training program. So these Kakarisuke physicians likely to family doctor capacity include chain medicine and multidisciplinary collaboration. Number 4, public health, medical care, long-term care, and welfare activities for society. And 6 is home medical care. Okay, this shows important system like a car with a pair of wheels, left and right. To promote the community-based integrated care system. So the local municipal government, administration, and medical association, especially local medical association, both should build the cooperation system as 3-legged. And so last part. So this structure is a multi-layer supply of lifestyle support services based on the various subjects in each local area. So this slide shows the promotion of social prescription by medical doctor, statistician, so family doctor. So medical physicians also have to promote the prescription to various lifestyle support services in each community. So, support, bone support, food delivery, safety confirmation, advocacy, food delivery watch over, social salon, homework assistance, such as starter chat, community cafe, not eating alone, eating together, and the mobile cadence, and so on. Okay, so this slide is a final slide in my talk. So finally, I would like to emphasize again the importance in close connection between longevity, health, and welfare. So we hope that all people can live at home with peace of mind, even in old age, when they may be physically weak. So in Japan, I guess we have to envision these kinds of new social systems for super aged community. And we would like to take an initiative and realize these ideas in real life setting around the world. So finally, my point is multiple world by medical physicians are now deployed in the long-term care system. With this, so my presentation is over. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Iijima. Have any quick questions for Dr. Iijima? Anyone? Yes, please.
Okay, one of your slides show in-home care and the community-based services. For me, I thought in-home care is part of community-based services. So can you help us to understand what's differences between these two in Japan?
I'm sorry, sir. Please, I want to hear your question again, please. I'm sorry. Second?
Excuse me. One of the slides, in one of your slides, show national health insurance services. So
insurance services.
Yes, one of the slides, and so can you? I don't know who project the slide. Can you put it to the next one? So one of the you provide 3 services in your slide. One is in-home care.
Just a moment, so I can try to share my slide again. Okay, can you see?
Yes, but that's not
this
one.
Yes, and then you
previous one. Another one. Oh yeah, this one. No. Go back to no. Go back to the next. Yeah, this one. Okay, so the services. No. Go back to the previous one.
This one?
Yes. So the service user, you have in-home care, you have community-based services care. For me, in-home care is a part of community-based care. So here, you have 2 different types of care in Japan. So can you help us understand what's the difference between these 2 in Japan?
I know. In Japan, we have 2 kinds of accounts in home and in living care. So we have to use to account in case by case. Yeah. Okay.
Is the in-home care, the doctor has to go to the patient's home. Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And for the community-based care, is something like OPD.
OPD?
Yeah, outpatient clinics.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Basically, so family doctor mainly. But in case by case, some doctors in hospital can go to home. But mainly for family doctors, in Japanese and Katsuya physician, go to patient's home.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Iijima. Let's move on to the next speaker. Dr. Linda Choi-Hwa-Lim. She is a professor at Department of Psychiatry, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Her major research interests have been the epidemiology and the impact of the lifestyle activity intervention on cognitive aging and dementia. She has also conducted many epidemiological surveys of mental disorder in Hong Kong and pioneered lifestyle, cognitive, and physical exercise, non-invasive brain stimulation intervention for the Chinese older adult for neurocognitive disorder. She has also published over 200 peer-reviewed articles in the related research. Today, she wants to give us a talk about the structural activity intervention for the dementia. Let's welcome Dr. Lim.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a psychiatrist at the Department of Psychiatry at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. It is my great honor to be able to participate in this wonderful forum to share with you some of my personal research interests on activity interventions for dementia. So this slide is of is very familiar to all of you because you have this is from a World Alzheimer's report, and almost all talks about dementia will have this slide post out. And something very striking is that we will be having a very large amount of people suffering from dementia. Despite that, there are recent evidence to suggest the incidence of dementia might be much less, is lower than what we expect, especially for the Western countries. But we know that the Asia region, we will be expecting a large amount of people suffering from dementia. And it seems that every 3 seconds there will be 1 people in the world being diagnosed. So after this presentation, a few hundred subjects will be diagnosed as suffering from dementia. But despite this very significant problem, have we got a cure for that? I copied from the World Alzheimer's report a few years ago, and about this topic: when will there be a cure? Is there any drugs that would cure Alzheimer's disease and other dementia? We will be disappointed by this statement that since 1998, there have been more than 100 attempts to develop a drug to treat the disease, but only 4 has been approved so far. And you're very familiar with these drugs from 2 classes, acetylcholinesterase inhibitor and badminton. But unfortunately, they only brings in very modest symptom improvement, but nothing to do with the disease cause. So it seems that there are therapeutic pessimism for the past decades. This is the FDA medication drug sheet talking about only the few drugs that have been approved by the FDA, which we have been using for the last 25 years. And it seems that many drug trials failed, And perhaps this may bring us some hope that there may be a disease-modifying agent coming up. Aducanumab is now having an advanced priority review by the FDA as a treatment for Alzheimer's disease, and hopefully the data may suggest that a particular dose of this antibody might have some effects on amyloid reduction. But how much would this help? Even if the drugs will be approved next year, the real question is how much would this help people already suffering from significant cognitive and functional impairment? We have been seeing a lot of patients with dementia, Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, mixed conditions, and they suffer a lot about the significant cognitive impairment. What can we do to help this group of people? Many of us assume that if you talk to a lay person, many of us assume that if we do get the disease, if we get demented, we will be stuck in front of a TV in a care home. This is actually a statement published in the World Alzheimer's Report 2 years ago. Does it have to be like that? Do we want to be stuck in front of a TV in a care home, despite that we might be having dementia? Because dementia is a very big spectrum, lasts a chronic disease, lasts for decades. There ought to be something that we can do to keep people with dementia having better quality of life and living independently for as long as possible. So we talk about structured life activity. Why structured life activity may work, and is it really working? I quote this paper about the finger trial, the prevention of cognitive decline, published in Finland group of subjects, the finger trial, and this is a prevention of cognitive decline. The patient have not yet got demented, but they show beautifully how structured life activity may have a role. For the finger trial, they recruit the young old 60 to 77 years old. They are cognitively normal because it's a dementia prevention attempt with high cardiovascular risk, which is of special interest to us because it seems in Hong Kong, I guess in Taiwan as well, the prevalence of small vascular disease, vascular dementia is extremely high. The 2-year randomized control trial, the intervention group is actually structured life activity intervention. The intervention group have dietary advice on cardiovascular risk, exercise, cognitive training, and vascular risk monitoring. And the control group has just having general health advice. So for this group of over 1,200 subjects, after 2 years, it seems that the intervention group with lifestyle interventions on the cardiovascular risk, on the cognitive stimulation exercise, they actually have a better total score, total cognitive score, and more importantly, better executive function, and they do things faster. Despite that memory may not improve a lot with structured life interventions, the other improved cognitive parameters seems to have a more pragmatic impact on the life skills and quality of life, as we might expect. This is a dementia prevention trial to investigate whether life activities may have a role to prevent cognitive decline. How about if patients already got demented? In patients with dementia, we need to have a personalized care plan, and every one of us is actually doing so. I just want to highlight and reiterate that in the personal care plan, we need to take care of the cognitive deficit, the mental well-being, the physical and medical conditions, as well as the psychosocial interaction, psychosocial skills of the patients with dementia. And it has a great spectrum because everybody is different, and difference in personality, constitutional factors, support, as well as the state of cognitive. With this different perspective, we developed a personal care plan, but something which seems to be more fundamental, because we have to live our life, and there are life activities that we do every day. And could this be turned into some cognitive enhancement strategies? Let's have a look of some of the studies that we have conducted, or some of the care plans that we think about. In terms of drugs help to tackle cognitive deficits, a little bit of modest deficits for the time being, modest effect on the cognitive deficit, and we hopefully have some disease-modifying agent in the future. We frequently use drugs to tackle the mood and psychiatric symptoms and the behavioral disturbances. But as clinicians, we all know that the weight of drugs in management of dementia seems to be not that heavy. They do not carry a lot of weight, although we prescribe drugs every day. However, for the non-drug approach, we need to take care of the psychosocial support, physical well-being, and cognitive stimulation, and enhance social interactions. These things adding together seems to bear a much heavier weight in patients, in the management of patients with dementia, especially when they have already clinical impairment. From now on, I would like to share with you a couple of interesting studies that we have conducted in Hong Kong, dealing with some kind of leisure activity intervention. And this is a study that people frequently talk about. So is mahjong playing useful for cognitive optimization? This is the study conducted by a clinical psychologist, our colleague in Hong Kong. He did a randomized control trial, custom randomized control trial in nursing homes in Hong Kong, randomized 110 participants with mild to moderate dementia. And the interventions is Tai Chi. It's a sitting Tai Chi. They don't move around because they're already a bit frail. They are already in the OH home. So it's the modest, the lighter dose of sitting Tai Chi, and regular twice a week of paying mahjong with the OH home residents, and some individual supervised handicrafts. So at 9 months, this is the MMS score shown at 9 months. Because they are already demented, it is expected that the MMSE will drop. And this, in the control group where they do regular handicraft, the MMSE did drop, which is not unexpected because they are already suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's disease. But interestingly, for those who resume their previous habit, or they learn how to play mahjong, and the MMSE actually improved with time. And even also for the sitting Tai Chi, but compare with the change in MMSE, it seems that mahjong playing have a better effect size, a high effect size to maintain cognition, at least for 9 months when they're playing this particular game. Very popular in Hong Kong, very popular for Chinese, still popular in the nursing homes. So this is one of the simplest life activities that we experimented and seems to be useful. And in the recent couple of years, we experimented another modified physical exercise intervention and cognitive stimulation. We improved in technology a little bit. For the cognitive stimulation, it is playing a computer-based working memory training game on an iPad. For the physical exercise, these patients are the ambulatory but mild demented patients. So we have a chair-based resistance and balance training exercise. The experiment here is actually testing if a modest dose, which they do just twice a week, 1 hour training, does it have any effects on the maintenance of cognition? Because we are thinking from a pragmatic perspective that day centers would not offer very intensive training, so it's twice a week training. So this is, it seems that for the 6 weeks when the trained intervention is conducted, the subjects have improved in MMSE. We have 4 groups of subjects. One group is just physical exercise. The other group is the computer-based working memory training. The third group is both working memory training and physical exercise. The fourth group is together in a group to talk about health topics, guided by a research assistant. So there's no group difference. Everybody who joined the activity have improvement in MMSE. For the 6 weeks to the 12 weeks, the dropping trend is that we don't have any intervention. We just observe them doing the usual care and 6 weeks afterwards. So the effects do not extend beyond intervention. We also test the episodic memory. During the intervention period, they appear to remember a little bit better, but afterwards, the effect drops. The effects do not extend beyond intervention. And there is no group difference. So all kinds of interventions for the life activity skills and leisure activities, they improve. For the language, we check the categorical fluency. They seem to have improved in the intervention period. And strikingly, even after 6 weeks, and they go back to the usual care, the improvement in the language communication, as categorized by verbal fluency, seems to maintain for a few weeks. And still, there is no trend for group difference. The lesson that we learn here is that if we have structured activities that they do and come and do structured activities, no matter the modality, it seems to carry some improvement in cognitive function during the period that they have this activity. But once the intervention ceases, and the improvement will drop, and they go back to the deterioration trend. And this would be especially more obvious if patients already suffer from clinical dementia. The other questions that we may like to ask is why does structured activity intervention work? We can approach this through the perspective of cognitive reserve. Despite having dementia, especially in the early stages and mild stages, the cognitive reserves probably has not yet totally depleted. We can still optimize it. Through physical exercise, there may be a chance that they will enhance neuroprotective physiological responses, especially for the muscle training. And in patients who have not demented, the adults, if they go for aerobic exercise, it seems that there's a chance to have a reduction in the rate of brain atrophy. But of course, this exercise intervention has to be sustained. And of course, for the aerobic exercise, they have some improvement in the cardiovascular status. For the non-physical part, cognitive activities, the external stimulations of different modalities appears to have different differential effects. The more impaired the subjects, the more the modality does not seem to have a specific effect. All kinds of intervention, if the structure is to improve, and perhaps anything that is related to problem solving may be useful because they may enhance networks, neural networks, and compensatory strategies. And through the experiments with the active control group, we realized that psychosocial interventions are also very important. Despite that, they join the groups with not much cognitive demands on the like they are not asked to do a lot of cognitive training games, but just by coming to a group and actively chatting with stress reduction, and the mutual support seems to help even with the cognitive part. Why structure? Structure is a term that is very interesting. Structure means that you put a structure into their life activity. This is important for patients with dementia because they already have the compromised cognition and they are not able to self-organize their daily schedule. For those who are cognitively normal, cognitively well, you don't need to take care of their daily activity schedule and they're able to do it. But for patients with dementia, despite that, the life activities, the physical exercise, and cognitive training will be helpful, but it has to be structured. And we also know that it has to be sustained because potential benefits will disappear rapidly upon cessation of training, as shown in the charts that I just showed you. Even for 6 weeks, all the benefits will probably disappear, especially for the men. The other questions that we frequently ask is we think about structured activities. Does intensity matter? Is it that we do more and they have better benefit and they can come every day for 8 hours training? Does it help? And this DAPA trial gives us a potential insight. So it's something very interesting. This dementia and physical activity trial is conducted in UK and published in BMJ a couple of years ago. They randomized about 500 subjects with dementia, mild to moderate dementia, and mean age 77, not young. And the randomization is, one is the usual care, the other is 2-to-1 ratio. Exercise program, it's quite an intense exercise program. They have to do 150 minutes of exercise, mostly aerobic exercise per week for 4 months. And hoping that moderate intensity aerobic exercise would help cognition. But the result turns out to be on the contrary. The usual care, this is the ADAS-COG ratio, the lower the better. It seems that the exercise group appears to have a worse cognitive function at the end of the trial. Although the author comments that the difference is probably not clinically significant. But the insights that we get here is probably likely that structured life activity interventions would have some benefits, but it's not necessarily the more the better. We have to strike an optimal balance. In terms of structuring life activities, we can consider psychological approach, cognitive and behavioral approach, some cognitive stimulation, and some behavioral activation. Aiming at functional optimization, we probably, if the patient is already demented, especially in the moderate phase, the functional optimization is more meaningful than any cognitive enhancement. And multimodal approach would be less boring because it's a live activity. You have some physical training, some non-physical stimulation, some social engagement. And because it's less boring and it would enhance sustainability. And we have to consider the caregiver versus the person, what the patient likes and what the caregiver can offer. And most importantly is a realistic expectation of the treatment goal, which should be adapted to a person's cognitive function, mental and physical tolerability. We do not want to stretch them too much and become very stressful and may not be helpful in the cognitive and mental aspects. Keep it up. Patients with dementia still have the chance to keep up, to be happy, although it has to be tailor-made and adjust to an equilibrium and balance. Otherwise, frailty would set in, and this affects the quality of life and probably lead to a quicker cognitive decline. With that, I want to end here. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lim, for her excellent talk. Due to time constraint, let's move on to the next speaker. And if you have any questions for Dr. Lim, please keep it in the Q&A section. So I want to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Yuan-Han. He is a professor of College of Medicine, Kaohsiung Medical University. He is also the director of the Neuroscience Research Center of Kaohsiung Medical University, Taiwan. In addition to the academic and clinical research achievement, he was invited to join the Asian Society Against Dementia Collaborative Study for his work with 88 Asia for screening early dementia. By the way, he is the Chinese translator for the ADA. and also the registration of the Alzheimer's disease in Asian countries to foster collaboration in Asia. And today, Dr. Yang wants to give us a talk about the application of the artificial intelligence in dementia care. Let's welcome Dr. Yang.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction of moderator, and thank you for your continuing here. Today, I will share our experience in the application of AI in dementia care. This slide is a little different from the previous one from Linda, because this update data from 2018. It is something different. The increased number of dementia patients in low and middle income countries. Most of these people are residents in Asia. So that's why we're here, because dementia people will get together in Asian countries. WHO have proposed 7 actions for dementia. The first one could be the public health, awareness, risk reduction, dementia diagnosis, support for dementia care, information system established, and the seventh, dementia research and innovation. Today, we will focus on this topic, dementia research and innovation. We know Alzheimer's disease have a significant pathogenesis that we call the senior plaque and the amyloid and the tangle. This pathology change is continuous. If you have dementia, the brain will shrink continuously, and you have find this pathology finding continue load in your brain. From the normal cognition function, cognition normal for MCI and for dementia, you can see everyone is dynamic. The A beta loading, the tau loading, the brain structure shrinkage, the memory impairment, the clinical function impairment, everything is dynamic. So we have to focus, everyone is changing. And interesting, we have published a new interesting paper. So far, many physicians ask you to check a blood level for A beta 42 or 40. But we have checked this blood level at a different time. You can see different time have different level. So I just want to focus on one point. Everything is dynamic changing. It's continuously. Why I stress these points? It's a very famous blood stage for dementia severity grading. You can see initially the frontal area will be changed, and after changing, the pathology change was spreading to the temporal, to the motor cortex, to the subliminal cortex, and to other cortex area. So that's very important. If we face a dementia patient, so far we only ask, did you have memory impairment? Did you have disorientation? Did you have a poor attention? But we forgot the people also have performed some motor sequence. The people maybe break kinesia, slow response in motor function, but we forgot that. So if we look into a dementia patient, beyond cognition function, memory impairment, or other cognition function, we have to check into the motor function. For instance, the expression of mood, expression of facial muscle, expression of any motor function. So we have called this issue evaluate dementia patient comprehensively. In the early stage, it's not easy to identify a patient have the motor impairment. So we use the AI to help us to trace the motor change. We just apply the copyright to American. Firstly, we have developed this method, the three-dimensional and dynamic facial asymmetric assessment system. Why we use this system? For our human, we are symmetrical right and left. But be honestly, left and right are not 100% symmetry. You have this symmetry in your left side and right side. And when you age, when you decline, the symmetry will be changed. But so far, our eye cannot naked to show a change. So we use a digital camera. So this is a very simple device. We purchase from the website, Intel Stereo 3D camera. This is my room. You can see here, and we will take a picture for you. One picture, we will have continuous 160 pictures. So we can monitor every change of your muscle, every expression of your nerve. So we can have the result. You can see the AD patient control the case control study. We control number, mean age, body weight, height, and then body BMI index. This have a cover value. This is significant below 6.6. Sensitivity specificity we reach 80%. So you can use the asymmetric system to identify did you have AD or not. This is a very innovative device and software. So we try to apply this one to American. So if we succeed, we can install in your digital camera. One day you can take a picture and send us, and we'll tell you did you have dementia or not, or did you have a decline or not. So I will say this is innovative. How about this one? This one we call the kinetic assessment. This is also a digital camera. This camera can assess the 15 joints of your trunk. You see this one. This is my assistant. You just stand here for a few seconds. We have 14 red dots. You can evaluate every joint position and velocity in your body. So we can check the synergy of a joint in AD. We have focused on 15 joints, and we can check do you have well or the risk for AD or risk for falling down. This is a very innovative thinking. So for this purpose and for this result, we can check the velocity of your joint for the 15 joints, and we can check the to and fro movement of your joint, and eventually we will have, you can calculate the correlation of these joints. So we have a correlation table for a joint position. So we have an interesting finding. We have find a higher correlation between joint in AD patient. You can see your red box. AD patient, each number is higher compared to non-AD patient. So we can see the AD patient have higher correlation for joint. This is not good for AD because your joint is high correlated. You are less flexible. You are more tended to falling down. So this is an interesting finding in AD patient. I think this finding will not be only for AD. As it will be focused on any other decline dementia or degenerative disease. How about the switch index? If the joint can backward, forward, close to 0 points, we call this the switching index. A normal patient will have higher switching index because it can more flexible. But for AD patient, you can see here, the non-AD patient have higher switching index, but AD patient is lower switching index. So for this point of view, we can also assess AD compared to non-AD. So we have a cumulative difference of joint position between AD and non-AD. This data we are going to publish, this accuracy is 80%. So in the near future, we also can assess AD or non-AD or other degenerative diseases through this clinical assessment system. How about the EEG? In my lab, we use a wireless EEG. This EEG wireless, you don't have to put a gel. The EEG can capture the signal from your brain. So we subgroup the EEG signal to the delta, theta, alpha, beta, and according to frequency, we are focused on gamma knife. After our calculation, it's an interesting finding. I think the publication is similar to our publication. The AD patient mostly have a slow wave, less alpha wave compared to non-AD. Why we do this assessment? Because we cannot find the gamma wave in AD. But for some high-educated patient, we have gamma knife. The definition of gamma knife is higher than 40 Hertz. This data comes from, I think, it published from Nature 2016. The Harvard group have found the gamma frequency will attenuate the beta load and modify microglia. It means after the gamma frequency stimulation, the microglia can phagocyte the amyloid. So we will alleviate the symptom of dementia in animal study. 3 years later, then add another new modality, then use the voice and the light together. We could then call the multisensory gamma stimulation can amyloid Alzheimer's associated pathology and improve cognition function. To my knowledge, I know they have created a clinical study in America. So through the light and through the voice, amyloid can eliminate the amyloid load in dementia patient. This is my own lab. So we could have created a new device. We created a pure tongue device. We can continue to output at 40 Hertz. This is my power study. We use it in cell study. You can see, treated with the 40 Hertz, the amyloid 40 decrease. The effect will be minor and it will increase data. So far we are trying to adjustment how to set up the continuous stimulants. And this beta 42 also decrease. So in the near future, I think you can use the voice, you can use light, you can use electricity, you magnetic to treat the dementia, not only my medicine. How about the non-pharma treatment? Today we focus on the long-term care. I think the different target we have different treatment program, such as the Linda say is personalized. So we have created the mirror treatment for aging non-dementia patient. So we have found the mirror intervention may postpone the cognition decline. Also, we have focused on another group we call a subjective memory complaint group. We use a multiple training modality. We use physical training, calligraphy, drawing, and meditation for 4 months. These people have a subjective memory improvement and orientation improvement. It's different training modality to different subjects. Another one, we also have another training modality in Alzheimer's dementia. So we have seen that increase and the slow decline in orientation domain. So that's make me thinking. We have published so many papers. We have a scientific impact, but we need to do a social impact. Because we understand the caregiver do not know the scientific paper. They do not know how to apply this result to clinical daily living. So we create the coming moves. Here we assess the NHRI, Taiwan City and the Kaohsiung City government. They help us to publish this paper. And this book, this book is a comic book. I think we have a copyright, but you can use it free. So today here, I will release the copyright. If you need to release a book, you can use it in your community. It's a guideline how to apply the non-pharma treatment in community. But after that, I already thinking, we have to deliver the service to in-home service. But without the caregiver, how can we do that? So we have created the reference intervention through the VR, visual relativity. We have created this VR, you can see here. It's a user, you can have a device. And you have this bar. You can touch a radio. The radio will play all the music. And you can have this photo post. I put your photo here, and your family can record the voice and record the memory for you. So we can personalize the remembrance treatment. And we can put this data from from some museum. So we can patch it up. This study so far we are conducting, and we are near complete this study by the end of this year. But just share the experience. And in this training, I think we have more interesting in the data. And not only for all books. You can see some chicken here. So you can use the rice, throw to a chicken. The chicken will go to eat the rice. So I can check the velocity and the strength of you to throw the rice. So we can check your motor function. This is an interactive training program. This device the cost is very high, but so far given to the advance in 5G. So next year we will have cost down through the advance of 5G. So I think this is a VR treatment for the remembrance intervention, but so far we can make it cost down to personal care. For this training program, for this high technology program, we cannot forget some lesson from this nature review. The development should include the expert and the end user, patient, and some care professional. And this product must be captured and developed with input from the end user at all stages, not only for the mind stage, and to ensure the subsidiarity across all stages of dementia. The price is very important, so you have to put a price to the intended market. And I have seen some researchers talk about a robot, but robot should be developed to react appropriate to human emotion. And the technology support must develop and deliver using multiple platforms. I think it's very important. We have to use a multiple platform. And for this study so far, they need a large sample size to calculation to report the result. This one I think is also very important. I would say summary here. We do the AI study or training program for dementia patients, but we need two important issues. One is the electricity. Do not forget, we have 1/7 individuals do not have electricity in the world. So they cannot accept, they cannot have the access to the AI service. And the other one need the internet. But in the world, 42% do not access to internet. So do not forget this patient, they don't have the electricity and they cannot access to AI. And the cost is very important. I think this real world, the caring solution do not have to be high technical. And just only provide the need. Do not forget fencing can replace human concern and compassion. So I would say human needs human. This is our team, just this magazine, because in the past 10 years we have large database. So we can do the AI study, this AI study, and we have big base for a dementia study. So this is my team, and thanks for my team. And my email is very easy. If you have any important issue or question, email to me, Andres, the Cultural Medical University. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yang. And if you have any question for Dr. Yang, please keep it in the Q&A section. Now, let's move on. Our next speaker, Dr. Hu Chaorong. He is a professor of Taipei Neuroscience Institute, Taipei Medical University. He is also the Vice Superintendent of Shuanghe Hospital. His research focuses on the clinical and the molecular aspects of the neurological disease, including stroke, dementia, and the neurodegenerative related sleep disorders. Dr. Hu also has extensive experience in clinical trials. He has published over 200 peer-reviewed articles and 2 book chapters. Dr. Hu now is the president of the Taiwan Dementia Society since 2018. He is also a fellow of the American Heart Association. And today, he wants to give us a talk of the connection between hospital and the community in dementia care. Let's welcome Dr. Hu.
Thank you, Professor Xu, and it's my great honor to be here. My title is Connection Between our Hospital and the Community in Dementia Care. Today I will focus on the data in Taiwan. In Taiwan, the prevalence of dementia is about 8% in people aged or older than 65 years. There will be over 0.6 million dementia patients in Taiwan in 2050. So you can see the number of patients is increasing here. I think everyone would agree the dementia care is a continuous. The patient will come from our community, and finally, this patient will go back to community. So, what are their demands? I think include diagnosis, treatment, complication management, and the long-term care. So we provide the service in the community, in the dementia OPD, in the dementia ward, and the post-acute care. Actually, in Taiwan, there is no PHC provided by our government or health insurance. But in Japan, I think the PHC is very popular in Japan. And also the demand will occurred in a nursing home. Talking about the dementia care system or model, I think this is a famous model occurred in Kumamoto model. Actually, this model consists of a 2-tier network in Kumamoto Prefecture. This model inspired us, especially in New Taipei City. We try to modify this dementia care model to our city. This model consists of a central hospital. This is Kumamoto University Hospital, and the hospital connects to the regional or community hospital and to the clinic and institutes. So this is a very good model. The hospital delivers the service from hospital to the community. Today I would like to talk about the dementia care in Taiwan. Actually, there should be at least 2 systems. One system is the medical system. This medical service provided by the National Health Insurance. This NHI actually cover over 98% Taiwanese population. So almost every dementia patient give the medical care from this system. This is the data. It's showed in 2018. There are about 213 patients get the medical care from the NHI. It's not a small number. Actually, there are about maybe 3,100 dementia patients in Taiwan right now. So the coverage is very high. Among these, there are 25,000 young dementia patients. The diagnosis core including blood test, MRI, neurocognitive test. This diagnostic tool all are covered by the NHI. But we have also amyloid PET, which is the golden diagnosis standard for Alzheimer's disease. But this examination is not covered by NHI. It's a private and self-pay. Very interestingly, only 50,000 patients can use the anti-AD drug under regulation of NHI. Self-pay is very common because there is quite a restricted regulation by the NHI. The patient, if the patient have a decline of MMSE score by over 2 every year, will be excluded by the coverage of NHI. This is in Chinese, but I would like to introduce the dementia care system in Taiwan. Very uniquely, in Taiwan, dementia care is separate from the long-term care. The dementia patient will also refer to the local government, and the local government will register them or send them to the so-called 失智共照中心. Okay, I will show here. The dementia care system is provided by the government. It's by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, under the umbrella of MOHW. There are National Health Insurance Administration is cover the medical care, and one is Department of Long-Term Care. Actually, most of the patient care, dementia patient care, is managed by the Department of Long-Term Care. And the other one is Health Promotion Administration. This is in charge of dementia prevention or health promotion. The Department of Long-Term Care, they have a program to actually 2 programs. One is for the long-term care program. One is for the dementia care service. Right now, around 45 dementia patients are cared by the dementia care service, this program. The government set up 87 Central for Integrated Dementia Care, CIDC, and around 400 community-based dementia care points. The CBDP actually supervised by the CIDC. So one CIDC will supervise the 5 or 6 CBDP. It's like a network here. It's set over the whole Taiwan. Then I would like to introduce the dementia care system in New Taipei City. I will raise the Shuanghe Hospital as an example. Shuanghe Hospital is a medical center. It's also a CIDP. So they will cover the regional hospital called Iijima Hospital. Shuanghe Hospital will dispatch dementia specialty in the Iijima Hospital and open dementia OPD here. And we have a case discussion in the regional hospital, like provider education in the regional hospital. And if the dementia patient needs to be hospitalized or needs a precise diagnosis, this patient will go to the medical center. And the Iijima Hospital also connect with a few clinics. The clinics, if the patient have a cognitive rehabilitation or post-acute care, they can send the patient to the Iijima Hospital. And the clinic, local clinics, they can deal with the complaints or the dementia detection in the clinics. And there are also a lot of institutes connected to the clinic. So the medical center also provided the care skill training to the institute and the diagnosis training to the clinics. So this is like a network, very similar to Kuramoto model. So this is a connection. We have medical center. It is also central for the care system. And we have a clinics and the institute and the local hospital. Some medical center can connect to the university for academic research. This is our dementia center. So we have a OPD for the precise diagnosis in the medical center. We dispatch the dementia specialist to the local hospital. And in the local hospital, they do some dementia detection or dementia screening. And for the precise diagnosis, all the patient will go into the medical center. And after the diagnosis, the patient can go back to the local hospital, and they can receive the cognitive rehabilitation in local hospital. All these patients could go through a so-called faster track. They can receive the blood test, brain CT, neurocognitive test in one day, actually in a few hours. So the diagnosis will become very efficient. This is our diagnosis training for the clinics. Actually, we deliver the AD8 training, and we give the certificate to the clinic's doctor. Here, we train the clinic's doctor can deliver the AD8 test, and they will, if the patient have been suspected to have dementia, they go to the medical center. It's our Taipei, new Taipei government will waive the registration fee for these patients, and these patients will go through the so-called fast track. So we try to increase the intensity of the patient and their family to receive the precise diagnosis here. This is for training, the care skill training for the institutes. So, so in our dementia center, actually we provide a very comprehensive service, and we have a dementia data set. So we conduct a lot of clinical trial here, and we have a very good case management center. And this is our dementia OPD. We provided the caregiver counseling service. This is the most common request question, like long-term care resources is and daycare center. the information about these two items is the most commonly questioned. And they also request skill of patient care. We have a dementia war from 2016 to 2018. There are total 918 patients admitted to this war. 1/3 of them are for diagnosis, and 1/3 of them for behavioral problem, and 1/3 for the other conditions like stroke, delirium, or even a brain tumor found in the dementia care, the course of dementia care. Okay, the patient populations around 1/3 is Alzheimer's disease, and 20% is vascular dementia, and most of the BPSD, most common BPSD is agitation and sleep problem. I think we provide the dementia care in our dementia ward, but we also pay a lot of attention to the non-dementia ward. This is our study published in Medicine this year. We select the neurology, orthopedics, pulmonary medicine, GI, and the CV ward, and we deliver the 88 screening test when they are admitted to this ward. And we found if the cognitive the 88 over or equal to the satisfaction of nursing service of this patient actually will reduce. I think this reminds us that even in the patients in the hospital, the dementia care are also is also very important, because most of these patients cannot understand what the medical people will talk to them. So in our dementia or satisfaction rate is quite high. So in addition to the service, we also also doing a lot of research with cooperation with other institutes like our government and academic university and academic institute. So I think the connection of a hospital to and the community is very important things for the dementia care, because in Taiwan there are two systems. One is a medical system for the medical care, and the other one is a dementia care system for the dementia care at home or in the community. The connection between these two systems is very important, and we try to link these two systems by the hospital, and the hospital will supervise the community rehabilitation or community clinics, and to make a network to do the dementia care for the whole. This is the end of my talk. This is our patient's plan. This is before dementia. This is after dementia. It's very unique. Thank you. Thank you for your lesson.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hu. Now let's move on to our next section, is the Q&A section. So I invite all of our speakers in this room onto the stage, and also the speaker in the air also join us to the Q&A section. Okay, so from the audience, do you have any questions for the 5 speakers? Any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, Dr. Lee from Taiwan. So I have one question for Dr. Yang from Kaohsiung Medical University. So as we know, the dementia, the scope of dementia ranges variable, maybe from the memory or cognitive, and to the motion disability. So when you apply the artificial intelligence to care the people, how do you choose? How do you choose? That means what's the indication and what kind of intelligence you choose the different kind or different range of the people.
Okay, thank you. This is a very good question. I think any parameter for dementia checking or examination just a part to support the diagnosis or support the clinical course. So actually, people visit our site, we do everything. We do cognitive assessment, behavior assessment, psychiatric assessment, and the AI. So we not only do the AI, but we created this AI just for some reason. We know that some hospitals do not have another psychiatry to do a psychometry. And for a physician, if he is not interested in dementia care or dementia research, he is not known well for psychometry. So we just create an AI to assist the physician to diagnose the dementia. So I think the AI is just one part for the diagnosis, support the diagnosis. It cannot replace all the assessment. That's only part for this examination.
So will you use the AI in the treatment or management of the dementia?
We use AI as a to check in the clinical course. Because today I don't report that here. We have checking the change of the AI for the motor function. The dementia patient, we have longitudinal data, then also decline along with the cognition function. So it's comparable. So if you have, if you at home, you can self-monitor the decline of motor function to tell you this patient is decline. So we use that as a clinical parameter to trace the clinical change. This is the first one. The second one, the decline, we have report data here, case control study. If you compare, you can compare to our group known, so we know you are abnormal. So if you are abnormal, you can visit the doctor to check what's wrong with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question for the Professor Frinker. As we know, there is always a gap between supplement and demands. So in your residential aged care system, how to decide the demand or how to satisfy the demand by the limited resources?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So one of the things that happens is that at the base level, the Australian government subsidies are approximately 50,000 Australian dollars a year, about 30,000 US dollars per year. That's the base level that the Commonwealth, the federal government provides. And for residential care, and on top of that, the resident will pay a minimum of another $10,000, $12,000 a year. And then if the people, older people who are going to residential care have more money, they can put the money in extra. So the other thing is that the supplement is partly determined on how hard the person is to look after. So there is a behavioural and dependency to work that out. on the whole, the money has been inadequate to provide good quality care at the basic level. So more and more the quality of care has been dependent on the residents putting their own money in as well, but some people don't have the money to put in, and therefore we have this variation in quality. The other thing to just mention is about 80% of the people who go to long-term care in Australia have dementia. The official figure is 60%, but it's an underestimate. More like 80% of people in residential care have cognitive impairment, probably dementia. And that's because it's much easier to support people at home in the community with additional services if they don't have dementia. So we can manage people in the community quite well, and even people with dementia in the community if they have a carer. But if the people at home don't have a person in attendance and have dementia, it's very difficult for us to organise services to look after older people safely at home. Is that what you were getting at?
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Hu. I have to congratulate the dementia care system in Taipei City, New Taipei City, especially in the Shuanghe hospital system. But I want to know that what is the factor for you to be success in this system? Is the manpower or the effort from the government or from the hospital decision maker? What is the most needed successful factors if we want to implement to other cities or counties? What do they need for the success?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is very important part. I think the support of government is the most important, because they send many order to the local hospital, the clinics, and the institute. The government try to convince them they should cooperate with our hospital, and they convince our superintendent to waive the registration fee for the suspected patients who come to our hospital for precise diagnosis. So I think the support of government is the most important factor for this system. Thank you.
The government, especially for the local government, is very is a successful, most needed factors. Right? Any other questions from the audience? Yes. Yes, Dr. Iijima.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a question for Professor Yang. So thank you very much for your excellent lecture regarding application of AI artificial intelligence in dementia care. So I remember, so you mentioned the nearly half of population, about the 43% percentage do not access to internet. So maybe in Japan, so similar condition. So so we have learned many things by COVID-19 crisis. So especially, so we have to progress the IT literacy of nations. So especially so older people. So if you have any challenge and some progress, how do you try to accelerate this disadvantage, these big issues?
Sorry, the echo is very blurred. Can you specify your question?
So, how do you try to progress, accelerate, get low level of IT literacy of nations?
Yeah, I think it's maybe it means that because in the remote area, the internet services is not very friendly. So how do we use the IT system in the rural area?
I think that's yes. I would say that's a limitation. In my final slide, for the IT service, we need the electricity. Second one, we need the internet. So without these two issues, it's not easy to apply the AI service to this area. I would say that's a limitation. So human needs human.
Any compensation for you to think
Okay.
if we want to provide more comprehensive services for the dementia patient in the rural area, how do you do?
I think some researchers have provided some very innovation thinking. We can have a group to deliver in-home service. And we also can train the caregiver at home. So we have published the training books. So I think we can provide the training material to make caregiver more easier to understand what they can do. So the training material is very important. We can deliver that for free.
You deliver the services to the home, right? Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Lee from Taiwan, the second time. I have a question for Lam from Hong Kong. Okay?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
So in your speech, you're talking about structural activities.
Yes.
And may offer the cognitive benefit. And you discussed the evidence-based approach on the intervention. You choose the sitting Tai Chi and the Mahjong and as usual care. So I would like to understand what's your evidence-based using these two different activity. As we know, Tai Chi is activities that may be active by themselves. And the Mahjong, as I know, they will play by 4 people. So what's your evidence base? You choose these two different kinds of activity and to evaluate the benefit of the activity. So I would like to understand what's your philosophy.
Thank you very much. Firstly, this study is not done by me. Was not done by me. It's done by a psychologist in Hong Kong. I have talked to him about his rationale. I think his basic rationale is he wants to choose a culturally very friendly, cultural-friendly activity, leisure activity, so that the patients in the nursing home agrees to participate. And then the next thing is that he told me he wants to choose one activity as physical. The other is not physical. So the physical activities that is cognitively stimulating is the sitting Tai Chi. I asked him why he didn't do the usual Tai Chi, because he said it's for safety reasons, because they have failed to do the Tai Chi, the standing Tai Chi is a little bit risky for those with risks of fall. And for the non-physical Mahjong, and he told me it is a cognitive stimulation, and he also admitted there is an element of social enrichment. It's not only cognitive training, but in doing Tai Chi, doing Mahjong, as what you say, at least 4 people, there is a social enrichment. So it's a combination of cognitive stimulation as well as social stimulation. So this is what the authors described why he considered these activities.
So in your opinion, the activity, including the psychological stimulation and social stimulation. So what is the important factor? Is social factor important or activity factor important?
Yes, this is a very good question. Thank you very much, because actually in the next study that I have presented is on the latter, on the physical exercise, cognitive stimulation, and the active social group, social chatting. And the result comes out that you notice that there are no differences. Whether they do physical exercise, whether they do cognitive training, whether they have social group, just chatting about interesting health topics, all have improvement in cognitive function. This is for those with dementia. They are already demented. The dose of stimulation is not very intense, and it doesn't seem to have any modality effects. And any kind of interventions that help them to stimulate the brain, whether it's physical, non-physical, and social, appears to work. And this is slightly different in my previous study. In my previous study, which I have not presented today, is on those with mild cognitive impairment. In those with mild cognitive impairment, we did a very similar but high-intensity cognitive training and physical exercise. It seems that for those with mild cognitive impairment, physical exercise combined with cognitive training have a better improvement in cognition over just social interaction. So this is for the better one, those who are not yet demented. I wish I have a chance to present that next time. But for this particular study that we only focus on the already demented with a lower intensity of training, there is no modality effect. So your questions beautifully addressed that. It just seems that social interaction is useful, a modest physical exercise training is useful, and cognitive stimulation is useful, but it's probably more important for them to choose something that they like and they are willing to do for a longer period of time. Thank you.
The last question. So in your speech, you talk about the benefit of the activity decline quickly after they stop the activity. Yes. So does that mean the damage of the dementia is irreversible, or the activity don't have the accumulative effect of for the people? So that means when we want to treat or manage the dementia people with non-pharmacological method. So is any activity that have the accumulative effect for the people?
I think we do have some accumulating effects. Depends on the cognitive, a degree of cognitive impairment. If they have, if they're at the earlier stage, a mild cognitive impairment or even earlier subjective cognitive decline, it probably have a more chance for boosting the neuroplasticity effect, more sustainability. But for those already demented, clinically demented, it seems that continuous stimulation would be useful to optimize their cognitive or probably the function, the activities of daily living is not that significant. But probably for a little bit of cognitive enhancement, engagement, that would be important. It has to be carried on for a long period of time. It does not work once activity stopped and they go back to their usual degenerative phase. In another study that I conducted before, for the normal adults, for the normal older adults, if they picked up physical exercise, then after a few years, it seems that their function appears to improve. It's addressing your question that can this carry on and for a long period of time with improvement of function? Yes, but only when their cognitive decline has not yet become clinically significant.
Thank you.
Professor Ren, thank you so much for sharing us the excellent research. Following the question of Professor Lee, I just ask, do you think your structural activity intervention is a symptomatic treatment or a disease-modifying treatment?
It's symptomatic or disease-modifying. I would think is for the clinical dementia already significant improvement. as what John frequently says, a CDR-0.5, their very mild dementia is probably symptomatic already, is symptomatic. But for those who have just subjective cognitive decline with still very reasonably intact cognition, structure activities, doing all sorts of physical, non-physical stimulation, as well as, because physical exercise will boost their musculoskeletal system, that probably would carry a physical disease-modifying effect in the overall cognitive function.
Thank you.
I think in addition to the dementia, a lot of disease or comorbidity for the elderly people, for example, for the frailty, sarcopenia, or even the chronic disease such as the hypertension, diabetes, you have to keep on the diet control, exercise training for a long time. Is a key for the patient, for the older patient who can sustain their health or their capacity. However, in our current intervention model, most of the intervention model, we just invite the participant to come to the facilities or even the physical fitness center or hospital to do the exercise training. And my experience is that we have done several intervention programs. However, once they stop the training program, then the capacity of the patient has been, we can expect that they will decline, no longer sustainable. So in this perspective, I want to ask Dr. Lim, how do you create a more sustainable intervention program for the elderly people with dementia or frailty?
In Hong Kong, we did two projects in the past decade. The first is having the physical exercise, and it's basically structured life activity interventions and a range of physical exercise as well as some cognitive training games in the local neighborhood elderly centers. We have about 200 elderly centers in Hong Kong, which is located in the neighborhood, and they just go down to play, and with support of a philanthropist, and this network has been created. So almost all the neighborhood elderly centers have get accustomed to the ideas of promoting structure, physical exercise, and cognitive stimulating games for these elderly. So it's now quite popular. And they just go down to play a few times. We are very okay at least 3 times a week for either physical plus and non-physical exercise games. So this is for the not yet demented, those with mild cognitive impairment. And later on, in the past 4 years, the government have endorsed another program, which is even more structured, for the mild dementia. Those with mild dementia follow up at the geriatric clinic, neurology clinic, and psychiatric clinic. They would be referred to the bigger elderly centers in 19 in different districts in Hong Kong for the structural interventions that would include not only physical and cognitive stimulation, but also medication management and physical health monitoring, and conducted and supervised by the nurse practitioners and social therapists. So this is how we solicit the networks of the neighborhood centers, like what other speakers talk about the community management. But we have a very strong component of lifestyle activities. Thank you.
It's a very innovative to bring the services to the community or even to the home. Actually, several years ago, we have created a home-based physical training, and also the individualized dietary training. It worked. After our intervention program stopped, then the effect can sustain for another 1 year. It's very useful. Okay, and any other questions from the audience? I have a question for Dr. Iijima. When you're talking about the community-based care model, it seems to me that you always focus on the physician. Physician has to play a very important role. You say the physician center it has to be play. It has to play a central role for the physician. What do you think about the other medical staff? For example, the coordinator or nursing or any case manager. How can they collaborate with the physician?
Yeah, sure. So absolutely. So in case the medical doctors or physicians, so it's trying to focus on the medical cure. But so for now, so I think physicians have to imagine. So we have to collaborate all the medical staffs, including nursing and the case manager and so on. So with the flat relationship, and then so it achievement may lead to the bottom up as the community-based integrated care. Yes.
Thank you. Another question is for Dr. Flicker. You say that in Australian system, you have a lot of limitation to collaborate, to coordinate the acute care, subacute care, and the residential aged care. And I want to know that what is your opinion to incorporate the innovative technology into the greater coordination system? What is your solution?
Well, I'm learning quite a lot from attending this meeting. I'm impressed not only from this session but from the earlier sessions. I think that Asia has a lot to teach Australia about the use of information technology to try and maximize that coordination. One of the problems we have is sharing the information from each of those settings, from the medical setting, from the residential care setting, from the home care setting, to make sure everyone has the same information on the same person. That would be really helpful. And also, if we could have a system of automatically picking up people who are deteriorating so that they could have medical assessment or other assessments as required, or perhaps more care. One of the problems we have is that we're relying on referrals, that people have to contact another part of the system if there's a problem. And sometimes those referrals aren't being made. So we have these separate, disparate systems, and what we need is greater coordination, which could be a case manager, could be that sort of person, like a nurse, but it could also be, it could be the computer. It doesn't have to be a human, but as long as it's done. So I would be really interested if somebody has a system that works for that. I mean, if you could just send it to me, that would be fine. All software, plus how it works. Fantastic.
Taiwan has a very sophisticated, high-tech, innovative system to help you to provide multi-system coordination.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the audience? We have five great speakers in this afternoon, and I want to think, because time is almost up, and after we finish this section, I think we want to invite all of you, of our audience, to go up to the second floor, because in the second floor we have another section. It's a very wonderful section, and if you have time, please go to the second floor to attend another wonderful section. So I want to close this section. Thank you all of our speakers and audience for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.